The Giants and Dodgers are longtime rivals that have been mixing it up from coast to coast for years. Last night things got heated late in the game as benches cleared and emotions ran high. In the end, it was Alan Hansen who got the big hit to make it 3 wins in a row for the Giants. The rivalry continues. Final game of the series next. One more night here in Southern California as we come to you from Dodger Stadium. This is the final game of this 3-game series. Giants Dodgers, welcome to NBC Sports Bay Area, and it's powered by Xfinity. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, it hasn't really been a time where we can say the Giants have a chance for a sweep. Well, they got a chance to do that tonight, and they're going to hand the ball to a guy that's pitching very well, and that's Derek Holland.
And they're bringing a lot of momentum into tonight's ball game because of how they played the first 2 games. Now, Derek Holland, he leads this Giants team in starts and in innings pitched. The one thing he has never done, he's never beaten the Dodgers. And tonight, he'll try and do that very thing. Oh, and by the way, Yasiel Puig is playing. Nick Hundley is not.
And Brandon Belt gets a start. He's at first base. We haven't seen Belt in a while in the starting lineup. All right, it should be fun. It always is. Hey, who knows what's going to happen tonight? Stay tuned. We'll take you to our NBC Sports Bay Area studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
Shortstop, number 35, Brandon Crawford. 97, left fielder, number 8,
to you by Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. By Jack in the Box. Try something different, like Jack's Teriyaki Bowls. Only at Jack in the Box for a limited time. And by SoFi, a modern finance company.
Back here at Dodger Stadium, Dodgers have taken the field. So let's check our game time weather. And it's presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. And it's a great time to get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open every day. It's a humid 77 degrees. You see the winds and the humidity, and it'll be a good night to play baseball. Here's our starting lineup. The Giants lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It'll be McCutcheon, and welcome back Brandon Belt to the lineup. Longoria, Posey, and Gorky Hernandez. Crawford back in the lineup. Then it's Hunter Pence. Big numbers against Ryu. Hansen will hit 8th and Holland 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Dodgers will be the veteran left-hander, Hyunjin Ryu. Ryu is 6'3", 260-pounder. He's 31 years out of South Korea. He's in his 6th year at the big league level. He has had some injuries this year and now activated after 6 starts. This is what he's going to show you. A fastball that's low 90s. He'll sink and cut. He's got a curveball, changeup, and a slider. And he will throw anything at any time.
So we get started right on time. That's 7:10.
Ryu, lifetime against the Giants, 4-6 with a 3.36 ERA.
And when he was healthy, he did face the Giants earlier in the year and came up with a no decision. But like Mike said, only his 7th start tonight. McCutcheon hitting 253. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. And the 2-0 pitch is low, 3-0. The home plate umpire is Stu Sherwater. Then it's Addison, Blazier, and Cooper. So we know a little bit about Sherwater.
Well, he's got a pretty good zone. He'll give you some corners, and he's very consistent. What you get in the first, you usually get in the 9th.
So Ryu comes back with a strike.
I think he's fair with his strike zone to both hitters and pitchers. There's the numbers. His season was derailed back in May when he had a really severe groin injury. Just now getting back active.
McCutcheon on the ground to Turner. And that's how this game gets started.
Let's take a look at the Dodgers defensively, starting in their outfield from left to right. It's going to be Kemp, Taylor, and Puig. Good arms in center and in right field. Machado and Turner on the left side of the infield. Dozier and Hernandez on the right side. And Austin Barnes, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So here's Belt. Belt got into the game last night when Hundley got tossed. Buster Posey went from first to behind the plate. So Belt got in. He got a big hit in the 9th inning. And he fouls it back, and it's 0-1.
Take a look at how they play Brandon Belt. That StatCast AI powered by AWS.
So 0-1 to Belt, hitting 280. 14 home runs, 43 runs batted in. And he takes low. Overshift is on as always with Machado, the lone defender, on the left side. Longoria to hit next. Just underway here at Dodger Stadium. The pitch. Belt with a foul out of play, 1-2. Giants won on Monday with 4 runs in the 9th, 5-2. And they won last night with 1 run in the 9th. And they won that game 2-1. Young man pitched very well last night, ended up with a no decision. The 1-2 to Belt. Belt with a little flare to left, and it's going to be a base hit. And it bounces into the seats, and he's got a double.
Well, Evan Longoria stepping in. I have to ask you the question, how far would you go for a Togo? Brought to you by Togo's Pretzel Rami. Evan Longoria this last April off of Hyunjin Ryu hit a home run, 105 miles per hour, 425 feet. And that's our Togo's pretzel ramen.
Forgot about that one.
That's a good one.
In the ball game last night, Longoria was 1 for 2. He led that 9th inning off with a base hit. Here's Belt's hit.
I mean, just catching the outside part of the foul line. Just has to hit a piece.
Magic one-do.
That's a magic one-do double.
Barnes doing the catching, and he takes that one down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Buster Posey on deck.
Perfect.
Both teams will have a day off tomorrow. The Dodgers will head to Seattle. The Giants will be on their way to Cincinnati. Two and 0. Longoria waited on that off-speed pitch and fouls it out of play.
Perfect night for baseball. There's humidity in the air. It's going to be real easy to get a lather tonight, which baseball players like. Easy to get loose, stay loose. Not quite the carry in batting practice today that we saw the previous 2 days because of the humidity being a little bit heavier. But still, this ballpark's pretty live.
There's a strike. Two and 2. Longoria looking for his 40th run batted in. Dodgers have lost 5 straight. They find themselves 2 back of the D-backs who are not playing tonight. Longoria takes a close pitch, but low. It's 3 and 2.
That's not an easy take either. That was close. First time through the lineup, and especially in the first inning, you don't know what this umpire strike zone is going to be like. It's something that you kind of pay attention to. You have an idea by the time 5 or 6 guys get up there. But to take a close pitch like that with 2 strikes, it's tough.
Lifts one out to Puig in right field. 2 down. So here's Buster Posey.
Number 28, Buster Posey.
Buster took an 0 for 4 last night. 1 for 8 in the series. He does have pretty good numbers lifetime against Ryu. 10 for 31 with 3 doubles and a home run. And with that in mind, maybe we'll see how Ryu goes after Buster Posey. And he hits the outside corner or close to it, and it's 0-1. Marquis Hernandez is hitting in the 5th spot, so he's on deck. That time he misses. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Belt a bloop double. And here in the first inning, the Giants with a runner in scoring position. Low. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Giants on the road are 27 and 34. And they've really tried hard all year to get to the 500 mark on the road. They are 31 and 26 against the National League West. Guarantee you Buster wants that for his guy too.
Take a look at this pitch. Cast is brought to you by SoFi, a modern finance company, and that's definitely a pitcher strike. Remember, that's coming in from the outside, just nibbling that corner. I don't know if Buster's questioning it being outside or being low. Not a pitcher on the planet doesn't want that pitch.
On the ground to short for Machado. And Machado will make the throw, and that'll end the inning. Holland coming out. It'll be Dozier, Turner, and Machado coming up. but they come up empty. And now we're going to take a look at the Dodgers lineup, and it's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It'll be Dozier, Turner, and then Machado. His base hit last night tied the game in the 8th inning. Kemp, Taylor, and Hernandez, Puig will hit 7th. Barnes, the catcher, 8th, and Ryu will hit 9th, and he's a pretty good hitter.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Dutch Holland. Holland, 31 years of age, 6'2", 215-pounder. He's in his 9th year actually starting his 10th year at the big league level. This is what he has done this year. 6'8" with a 3.97. He has made the most starts of any Giants pitcher, and he's also tossed the most innings on the club this year. And this is how he does it. You're going to see a fastball that can go low to mid-90s, more lows than mids, but he has reach back velocity. He'll 2 and 4 seam that fastball. He'll establish that inside strike to a lot of right-handers. That'll be a goal first time through the lineup. He's got a curveball, slider, and a changeup. And all of his pitches are swing and miss pitches. If you were to classify what type of pitcher he is, you say fly ball, strikeout guy. Never has beaten the Dodgers.
So on the first pitch, Dozier fouls it straight back. Dozier and Holland are no strangers. Dozier's 5 for 16 with a home run lifetime. One ball and one strike. See how they play Dozier. And a strike. It's 1 and 2. And that's going to be foul on the left field line.
When Holland got to the big leagues, he's pretty much a 2-pitch guy. Hard fastball, I mean, mid to high 90s, and he'd pitch across the letters. And his specialty pitch was a curveball. I mean, he's learned the slider, he's learned how to cut and sink the ball. He's got a changeup now. And now he pitches more down around the knees. I mean, that's his goal. He wants to establish the knee-high strike. Before he pitched up, now as he's aged, he likes to pitch down. He'll still go up, but he likes to establish that low strike early in the game.
2 and 2. Dozier in the series is 1 for 8. Turner to follow. Foul back. He got a high fastball. He does like to pitch up. He hit some balls well last night. He just got underneath.
Yeah, I think Dozier's a guy that likes the ball above the belt. Most of his home runs, I would think, would be up. Get a quick bat to the high part of the strike zone.
Here's the payoff to Dozier. And he lines it down the left field line. Foul. And it did sound like he broke his bat.
Let's take a look at the Giants defensively behind Dutch Holland tonight. Starting in the Giants outfield from left to right, it'll be Pence, Hernandez, and McCutcheon. Pretty good arms in center and right. Crawford and Longoria on the left side. Hanson and Bell on the right side. Buster Posey will be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Dozier getting the lumber just the way he wants it. It remains 3 and 2. A foul.
Yanking that curveball. A man making a play.
This will be the 10th pitch. So the leadoff hitter gets 10 out of Holland right off the bat.
That's job accomplished. Getting pitches. And that makes it even more important, this matchup. I mean, you go 10, 11 pitches into an at-bat and you walk a guy or he gets a base hit, that hurts.
First at bat of the game, and it's a stressful at bat.
It's baseball. And from Holland's perspective, you know, he's got to bite off strike zone here. He can't walk him.
He's got 3 very powerful hitters that are coming up. Into right center field. Marquise Hernandez will make the adjustment, and he'll put it away.
That's a job well done from Derek Holland. I mean, he won that 3-2 battle. Look at the 3-2 counts of a game and how a pitcher does in those counts often determines his fate. And that's a big plus right there.
So here's Turner. Turner's had a really good series. He's got 5 hits in the series. And he's done it in 8 at bats, and he takes the pitch down low. He had 3 hits yesterday.
Take a look at this first pitch fastball. Sort of cut, didn't miss by a whole lot. He followed up with a good changeup. So here, I mean, he's 14 pitches into it, but he's established everything in the eyes of the Dodgers that he can get all his pitches over. Except that one.
Machado to follow. The Dodgers before the game tried the oldest trick in the book, and it didn't work because they brought out the Laker girls to try to distract the Giants. It didn't work. The only thing it did is it distracted the broadcasters.
Yeah. I was writing on the wrong page and spelled Gorkis Hernandez wrong.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him.
92 to
Distracted the Dodgers instead.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a walk back to the dugout. Turner cannot believe he swung through that fastball.
Here's Machado. 0 for 3 on Monday. 1 for 3 in the game last night. Holland's ready to go. He might just throw the pitch as soon as Machado digs that foot in. Like now. And a base hit.
He loves that first pitch. And what we've seen from Machado as we get to know him is he likes that ball up. And where are you most vulnerable as a pitcher on the to leave a pitch high? Well, it's in the first pitch when you're going to get in that strike zone.
Here's Turner, or make that, here's Kemp. Kemp came in as a pinch hitter on Monday and struck out. He was the last out of the game. He played yesterday in left and in right, and he went 0 for 3. Two outs. Machado on, and he likes to steal as well. And Kemp takes wide, 1-0. Machado has got 12 steals on the year. He's only been thrown out once. Kemp has been in a rut. You can see it. 3 for his last 54. There's a strike.
Well, you start to get inside of a slump as to what causes it. I mean, oftentimes a guy's got a good swing going on. So a lot of the balls he's hitting hard is getting caught. He looks up, it's a 1 for 14. Then he starts changing. He's thinking he has to make some mechanical changes, and all of a sudden it's 2 for 24. And now you start pressing and you start swinging out of the strike zone. And now you got a 3 for 38 going, and on it goes.
Three and one. It's like golf. It's got to be the drivers. You just go out and buy a new one.
Yeah. How many putters have you got?
Oh, I got a garage full of stuff you can't even imagine. See what Machado does. 3 and 1. He does not go, and Kemp takes ball 4. So as crisp as Holland was against Turner, just not happening against Kemp. And here's Taylor. Taylor started on Monday and he went 1 for 4. Was 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter in the game last night. And there's a good curveball for a strike, and it's 0 and 1. Taylor was geared to swing at that first pitch fastball, and he didn't get it. This will be pitch number 25, largely due to the Dozier at bat, and it's 0 and 2.
Good fastball following the curveball. That's the beautiful thing about a curveball. It's really 2 pitches in one. Because it's a breaking ball, but it's also an off-speed pitch, a slow pitch. It's 78 with the curveball, and that sets up the fastball, which is what Holland did. He 1-2 punched him with the curveball fastball combination.
So Holland steps off. Oh and 2. Very high. 1 and 2. Dodgers are 31 and 30 at home, which is a little odd. They're also under 500 against the National League West. They're 26 and 27.
That was really one of their strengths last year.
Odd.
It is odd.
And tight. 2 and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him, and that'll end the inning. Big distraction. That's what they tried to do to the Giants. It did not work. It's 0-0.
Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers full-service banking for all that you love. Federally insured by NCUA.
Here in the second inning, it'll be Gorkis Hernandez to lead things off. Gorkis hitting .257. Takes the first pitch high. One of the reasons he's in there is he's 3 for 6 lifetime against Ryu. We've seen Duggar take the first 2 starts in center field in this series. There's a strike. There's Mr. Duggar taking it all in. Doesn't say much, but he is one of those rookies that you want them to be a sponge, and he is. He's watching this game standing next to the right guy, because the right guy will help him out.
Well, and I like it when young hitters sit next to old pitchers, because the obvious question is, how are you trying to get this guy out? And you're looking at the swing type that hitter has. Is he a low ball hitter? Is he a high ball hitter? Does he have short arms? Does he have long arms? Is he spread wide? Is he up in the box? Is he back of the box? Things that a veteran pitcher will see and take note of and pitch against. A young hitter needs to learn those things.
2-2.
And likewise, I love it when a young pitcher sits next to an old hitter on the bench. I learned a lot from you. You're like the oldest guy I sat next to.
The oldest? 2-2 pitch coming up. Tap foul, and also the friendliest, by the way.
Yeah.
I was the only one that was allowed to talk to you on the day you pitched, or even the day before.
That's true. That is a fact.
Nobody wanted to pick you up when you guys all lived in Foster City on the day you pitched.
I got no rides the day I pitched. I had to take a cab.
And Gorkis goes around. First strikeout. Monday's scary moment between Gorkis Hernandez and Brandon Crawford. This was a little doink pop-up by Kershaw, and these two ended up colliding. Could have been damaging on both ends. Gorkis stayed in the game, got a big hit later on. Crawford came out for precautionary reasons. Sat out the game yesterday, but he is back in there today. Good. And he takes a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah,
Plus, he needed a day off anyway.
That's very good. He had a headache the next day, but he passed all the concussion protocol tests, and they're extensive. You don't even want to take those tests.
There's a little pop-up to Turner, and Turner puts it away.
Well, calling all Trekkie fans, the Mets are going to be in town on Friday, August 31st, in the Star Trek night at AT&T Park with a post-game fireworks show. Your special event package will include a Star Trek Starfleet command hat. I want to get that, I want to get that, I want to get that. And a ticket to see the Giants take on the Mets. So come live long and prosper with the Giants. Go to sfgiants.com/special events.
We'll get you one.
That's a good looking dude. He's got a good looking
Yes,
dude.
he does. Here's Pence. Pence 12 for 29 against Ryu with a couple of doubles. It's high and wide. It's 2-0. Houston is leading the Rockies 12-1. That game is in the 8th inning. Pence, slow breaking ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Alan Hansen, hero from last night, is on deck. We are in the second inning as Pence fouls it to the backstop, 2-2. Milwaukee beat the Cubs yesterday, and the Cubs Said, we've had enough of that. They beat the Brewers today 8-4. Pence, sharp ground ball to first. As Kike Hernandez has got it, and that'll end the inning. It'll be Hernandez to lead things off. He allowed 2 hits, no runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. He threw 99 pitches. And Dodgers hit a few atom balls, but like you said, in order to pitch well, you got to get a few of those.
You got to get a few breaks, and that was his first outing ever against the Dodgers at the big league level. And he was stellar. Good outing for Andy Suarez.
Kike Hernandez takes a breaking ball in for a strike. 215 with 17 home runs, 39 runs batted in. And he takes high and wide. He's played all over the place in this series. Went 1 for 3 on Monday and 0 for 3 in the game last night.
I think Kike Hernandez wears a different pair of shoes every day. I don't think I've ever seen him wear the same shoes.
Socks.
Twice. Different socks. I mean, that's a retro look right there.
In our heyday. I'll tell you what, he's got a chance to get a date wearing his socks like that.
Well, we're a little partial to that style, the stirrups. Back in the Garvey and Lasorda era. Tommy Lasorda, 90 years old.
Line drive down the left field line, and that's a fair ball. Jones to Hunter Pence. And Mr. New Sox has got a leadoff double. And here's Puig.
Well, breaking ball hangs right up at the belt. He's a good high ball hitter. Got a mistake. And he gets all of that one. A lot of back leg, and that's when it looked like he was looking that speed.
So here's Puig. 0 for 3 yesterday. 0 for 4 on Monday. And the pitch is high, 1-0. He's 2 for 6. Both of his hits against Derek Holland have been doubles.
McCunley, he and Yasiel Puig got to know each other quite well last night.
And tight. 2 balls and no strikes. not aware that there were any warnings issued.
We did not see a warning issued before the game. And a warning would mean that if anybody threw or hit somebody, that pitcher and manager would be kicked out of the ball game if there's a warning issue. So there has not been a warning to our knowledge.
Tapped to Holland, and Holland does the wise thing, and he gets the out at first.
And it's as good as a strikeout, non-productive out.
Well, this was the dust-up last night.
Puig had a pitch that he thought he should have done more with, and then hung it said all night long. He's been showing up the umpire, and then that was it. George Lombard, number 29, he was a coach trying to break it up, which is what the job of a coach during the fight.
Here's Barnes, who takes a strike. They sought each other out before the game.
Yeah, George Lombard came over looking for Nick Hundley. It's all good. If a guy tries to break up a fight with one of the principal players and he grabs him from behind, that's not good. If you're going to make up your mind to be one of the guys that tries to break it up, you have to get in between the two guys. If you grab a guy from behind and hold his arms, you open him up to a sucker punch. And to Lombard's credit, I mean, he went over and he got in between.
Yeah, the punch that Puig threw, Hundley saw coming. Barnes is hitting right at 200. He started the game on Monday, and he went 1 for 2. And the pitch is wide. 2 balls and a strike.
Lombard pulling him out of the fray, and then Hunter Pence sees Lombard, and he doesn't know who Lombard is. I mean, he just sees a Dodger who's hanging on to one of his guys, so he comes in and picks Lombard off. Again, no punches thrown. But it was a good fray.
And a little bit outside, 3-1.
I wanted that one.
And that time he gets the call. It's 3-2. Hunter Pence, first guy up the hill guy.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Without blinking.
Hunter Pence is a big fella. I mean, he's 6'4", about 230. I mean, we're talking raw bone lean. There ain't an ounce of fat on this guy. And he's one of those guys that gets bigger in those type of frays.
Just got a piece. It stays at 3-2. That was the first thing that Bruce Bochy said about Pence when he managed him in the All-Star game when Pence was with the Astros. He said, you got to see the shoulders on this guy. And then it wasn't that long, maybe 2 or 3 months later, he was in a Giants uniform. And that sent the Giants to the World Series in 2012. Out of play.
And you know what's great about Pence? I mean, we've watched him over the years hustle on every play. Comebackers the pitcher, down 6 runs. He's busting down that first base line like, you know, his hair's on fire. He has maximized his talent with his work ethic. I mean, he never takes a day off.
No. Very instrumental in the 2014 World Series. Remember, he had a home run in Game 1 of the World Series.
To a part of the ballpark in Kansas City where not many guys hit it out.
Got him.
Good breaking ball. Kill pitch. Strikeout number 3 for Dutch Holland. So, I mean, it was a pitch where he almost walked him, comes back and gets the strikeout. Now he can face Ryu, the pitcher, who's a pretty good hitting pitcher.
2 for 11. He's 1 for 2 lifetime against Holland. we may have seen the very first game that Ryu pitched in the big leagues, and he put a ball in play and didn't run. Just stood at home plate.
Yeah.
Remember, he got booed.
Don't have to run in batting practice.
Well, he's changed that a little bit.
Yeah.
He's kind of learned the hard way. 0-2.
And he is a big fella, 6'3", 260.
And that'll end the inning. 4 strikeouts for Holland. 3rd inning coming up. It'll be Hansen, Holland, and McCutcheon.
Able to play, and last night Alan Hansen, he was the man. He had 2 hits and he had 2 RBIs, but this was the one that decided the game. Top of the ninth, base hit, scored Brandon Belt. Kike Hernandez could not get it out of his glove, and the Giants would make that run stand. And that's a Mercedes pivotal play.
He had an earlier hit in the game to give the Giants a 1-0 lead that they held until the 8th.
Well, take the Giants on the go this season and stream the games on NBCSportsBayArea.com and the NBC Sports app. Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers.
So here's Hansen. Hansen hitting .284. Fouls this one off of the mask of Barnes. Holland picks up the ball that went to the backstop. It's no balls and 1 strike. And the pitch is high. The 1-1 pitch. And Hansen dribbles it foul.
Good curveball. Ryu's got a high 3/4 release. Gives him that acute angle on that curve. And when he gets that curveball going, he can go inside out with it. Inside, outside, nibble corners with it. And for a big curveball like that, not many guys that can do that.
On a play.
Try and cut the back door. Pull a little on, take a little off. Hard stuff in, slow stuff away. Change the movement of the fastball. He can pitch.
He can do it, can he? Ball back. Johnson making Ryu work. Got him.
Well, on Sunday, the 26th, bring your furry friend to the ballpark for the annual Dog Days of Summer event presented by Zynga. Come strut your stuff at a pregame parade and a dog costume contest. Then enjoy the Giants as they'll take on the Rangers on the 105 start. And you can buy directly from the Giants at sfgiants.com.
Problem.
Yeah, they're trying to work it out.
There's a pitch high. I think that poor guy's surrounded.
That's all right. He's the only guy smiling.
And laughing.
Oh, yeah. He's a happy guy.
Holland is 3 for 40. And he swings and fouls this one at the plate, 1-2.
Well, there's quite a match going right now between Derek Holland and Andy Suarez. They both have 3 hits on the year.
Got him. So Holland goes down looking, and here's McCutcheon.
I have to vote Andy Suarez the most improved hitter on the team. He started out this season and he was 0 threat. And now he's making contact.
He is. He's figured out the Tony Gwynn number 5 hole. 6 hole, what is it?
Well, it's the
5.5 hole?
Yeah, between shortstop and third.
It's the one. And the first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, the 5 holes between your legs if you're a goalie in hockey.
Belt is on deck as McCutcheon takes a strike to even the count. And McCutcheon dribbles it foul. 1-2. Tell you what, Ryu will put you to sleep.
Yeah, he's got a nice rhythm going right now out of the windup. They need to get him in the stretch.
And hitters need to not let him put you to sleep. Foul back.
I mean, everything that he can do with the baseball right now, he's got a good feel for.
1-2. Strikes out the side. And that'll end the inning. 4 strikeouts for Ryu. Top of the order coming up for the Dodgers. last night, Will Smith. Well, Will Smith picked up his 10th save of the season. He struck out Grandal and pitch hitter Max Muncy for the final 2 outs of the game. That is good stuff last night. Will Smith.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the ultimate saves is when you get a 1-run save on the road, and when you can do it against your rival, that even makes it better.
Dozier takes a curveball for a strike. No score. Dodgers have a couple of hits. The Giants have a little blue double by Belt. That's it. Dozier hit a ball well, but Yorkis Hernandez tracked it down towards right center field on the warning track. Down low, 2-1. So Holland, who threw a lot of pitches in that first inning, one of the reasons was because Dozier was involved in what ended up being a 12 pitch at bat. Harry Skies went into center field. Hernandez is there. John Miller is getting ready to come over here for innings 4, 5, and 6. Dave Fleming is on assignment. So I will see you back here in the 7th.
Dave Fleming is heading out to the Little League World Series.
Still young enough to look like he plays in that Little League World Series. Here's Turner. Turner takes low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Dave came aboard in 2004. How about that?
Is it really?
Yes.
He's almost an old guy now.
He's always going to be 26 in our mind.
All right, take a look. Where was this one? Dutch Holland scratching his head.
Foul back. 2 balls and 1 strike.
You know, isn't that big a deal when you miss a pitch to a guy who's, the opposing pitcher or somebody who's hitting 143? But when you're in the heart of the lineup and you miss a strike, instead of a 1-1 count, now you have a 2-0 count. That's a big deal.
No swing.
First base umpire Corey Blazer making the no swing call.
Three and 1 to Turner. Turner hits this one off his foot.
.56 pitches with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. That's a lot. I mean, ideally, you want to be 45 or less when the 3rd inning is over. So Holland has had to work. Throw a lot of pitches in that 1st inning. Remember, it was an 11 pitch at bat. But he faced Brian Dozier, who's leading it off in the 1st inning for the Dodgers.
Got him. Got Turner leaning. 2 down.
It's 5 strikeouts for Holland. You see the target. It's right that inside corner. Watch Posey kind of lean his body. Just kind of lean his body to where he receives it, and the glove is in the middle of his chest protector, and that can be very convincing to an umpire. And he got his pitcher a strike. Nicely done, Buster Posey.
So here's Machado. And Machado takes high and wide, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Machado with a solid single in the 1st inning.
He's had good at bats in this series. but everything that he's really squared up has been up, belt high and above.
So 1 ball and 1 strike, and now Machado asks for time.
Now Holland shook about 4 signs off to get to the slider in the inside corner, and he may change his mind now.
Line drive. Crawford can't get it in. Another hit for Machado.
Another good pitch 2 hit. Only the breaking ball, but it was right up there at the belt.
Here's Kemp. Well, a lot of times hanging breaking balls leave the park. You're happy it's just a single.
Well, you're absolutely right. And Machado's a guy who's got 26 home runs. He definitely knows how to elevate the ball.
Kemp drew a walk in the first. And here he takes wide. Same scenario as the first inning. Fly ball to center field, strikeout, base hit. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. I don't believe Kemp was missing that pitch the first half.
He was not. And he was not only not missing it, he was taking that pitch and he was knocking it into right center field and a lot of times over the wall. That's 17 home runs, and a lot of them were on the right side of second base.
Just outside to make it 2 balls and a strike. Pitchers are pretty full. I'm assuming that this is as good a crowd as last night when the total was over 46,000.
Now the quality of the baseball has been incredible these first 2 games. Just grinding games, dramatic games.
Skied to left for Hunter Pence. And that'll end the inning. John Miller will be in. I'll see you back here in the 7th here at Dodger Stadium. It's a 0-0 ball game.
On Monday, the August 27th game. It's Irish Heritage Night. Your special event package will include a ticket to watch the Giants taking on the D-backs, and you will receive an Irish-themed Giants expandable backpack. Go to sfgiants.com/special events. No score, top of the 4th. Here to tell you all about it, my old pal, John Miller.
It's Brandon Belt, swinging strike 1. Giants have only one hit so far against Yunjin Ryu. And Belt is the man who got it. A double right along the left field line. And that one bends back in there at 74 miles an hour. Strike 2 call. Ryu was doing some of his best pitching as a Dodger at the time that he got injured and went on the disabled list. Very high. Longoria is on deck, and then Posey due up third in the inning. There you see the overshift on for the Dodgers. Machado, the only infielder on the left side, and he's right at short. Everybody else is stacked up on the right side. Dozier, the second baseman, is 25 feet into the outfield. And that is foul, just barely foul before he got to the bag. And Belt apparently cracked his bat on that one. So he heads over to get a new piece of wood.
It did not sound good.
Giants going to Cincinnati tomorrow on the day off. And they'll open their 3-game series with the Reds on Friday at 4:10. And they're going to bypass the 5th spot in the rotation with the day off tomorrow, something that they don't often do. 1-2 the count. And that is yanked foul into the lower deck off the right field line. There was a possibility that Casey Kelly, who pitched so well in relief in his Giants debut over the weekend, that he might have made the start as the 5th starter on Friday, but they're going to bypass him and go to Rodriguez, Bumgarner, and Suarez. Fastball away. 2-2.
It's been about the top end of the velocity for Ryu tonight, 92. We've seen him hit at times 95, 96, but not lately.
And curveball into shallow left center. Taylor, one away.
Giants just have not squared up a lot of balls against Ryu.
SFN Evan Longoria.
Ryu had 4 strikeouts of the first 10 hitters faced, including all 3 in the 3rd inning. And that is only the 2nd ball the Giants have gotten to the outfield, or the 3rd ball. One of them was a hit by Belt. And then his was just a pop-up along the left field line as Bumgarner talks it over with Nick Hundley. Curveball misses. Ball 1 to Evan Longoria. You think those guys are talking about Yasiel Puig at all?
I think the conversation came up.
1-0 the count, and that is in there for a called strike.
I mean, you have an incident like we had in last night's ball game. That definitely is going to be the conversation in the clubhouse when you reconvene. Both sides of the fence, by the way. It's something that will get talked about during batting practice.
1-1 the count, and ball 2.
And then everybody's going to wonder what the ruling is going to be. We didn't receive a ruling from the commissioner's office today in regards to fines and suspensions. So everybody's kind of on hold, which is why, if you're wondering why is Puig playing tonight, because there's no ruling.
A soaring fly ball into medium left center. Out number 2. Longoria is 0 for 2, and here comes Buster Posey.
28, Buster Posey.
I would be surprised if Nick Hundley was suspended today. In regards to Puig, I think he's going to get 3, and he'll appeal it, try and get a day taken off. Just a guesstimate.
Well, the umpire told Bruce Bochy at the time last night that Hundley was also part of the shoving and the fighting, and that, of course, we've seen all the videos. That just wasn't the case. He may have been the instigator with something he said to Puig, but and Joe Torre's office. There's Eric Cooper. He's the crew chief who did all the explaining to Bruce Bochy last night at the time, and Bochy could not really argue about any of that without being ejected from the game himself. Buster takes a strike, 2-1.
It's 2-0 pitch.
But they have the same videos that we've seen, and so they know exactly what Hundley did not do. That's for sure.
Well, the Dodgers thought that Hundley had moved his mask in and touched the bill of the helmet on Puig. So they definitely feel that Hundley instigated the fight.
3-1 the count. Buster right to the shortstop, Machado. Inning over. Giants have had 11 in a row retired by Ryu. Win on this date 13 years ago in Cincinnati. Hit for the cycle against the Reds. There's the home run. And it was the 8th time in the Giants' San Francisco history that a player had hit for the cycle. It's the triple there.
Well, I like that the triple was the last one to get. That's the hardest one to get.
Single homer, double, triple. And Randy Winn, 13 years ago today. He almost did it again. When was it? 10 days later? A week later? But fell just one of those hits short. Randy Winn, who had some very good seasons for the Giants. Excellent outfielder. A lot of speed, could steal some bases.
Yeah, he really could play that right field at AT&T.
Here's Chris Taylor, and it's 0-1. Taylor struck out his first time. 5 strikeouts so far for Holland, and that ball is fouled out of play. Strike 2.
Well, Dutch Holland would like a quick inning here. Just to calm down the pitch count as it's running a little wild right now.
Through 64 pitches in the first 3 innings. Just a little bit high. I mean, you have to be pretty confident to take that pitch with 2 strikes, don't you?
You do.
Pretty confident the umpire is not going to call it.
But he hasn't really called a lot of them tonight. I mean, by the time you get to your second at bat, you've watched, 3 innings of a strike zone, and you know if that high pitch is getting called. If it is, then you know you have to cover it. But Shearwater, more of a low ball guy.
2-2 the count. Back to the screen. So we give him credit then.
Yeah,
Pay attention to the umpire.
Definitely one of those things you pay attention to. Yeah, you look in the clubhouse during the game, you see a lot of the bullpen guys early in a ball game looking at what an umpire strike zone is that night. Hitters do the same thing. The guys can see that from the bench too. They can see height.
2-2 the count. On the inside corner, and for the second straight time, Taylor called out on strikes.
14, Kike
Again,
Hernandez.
goes inside with a cut at 91. That's the payoff pitch. And really, Mr. Posey is getting those inside strikes for him with the way that he's receiving them. If you're a catcher and you can get that umpire looking for strikes just by the way you receive the ball, you've done your job for your pitcher.
That's a base hit to left field. Kike with another hard hit ball. And he is 2 for 2. He had a double down the left field line his first time.
Number 66.
That's 4 hits for the Dodgers.
That was a significant ball. They threw it out.
Yasiel Puig. Taylor's a fast runner. Got to keep an eye on it. 0-0 game. And Puig takes a strike. Kike Hernandez. Taylor struck out to start the inning. Kike Hernandez at first base. And he rarely tries to steal, although he runs pretty well.
He's got great speed. I'm surprised he's only got 2 stolen bags this deep in the season.
That's a foul ball. Puig hit one right back to Holland in his first time, so he's 0 for 1. Giants nothing, Dodgers nothing. Last of the 4th, 1 out, 1 on. Off the inside.
Again, trying to go on that inside corner. Posey's setting that target in the 0-2 count, and he's on the inside corner. The way that he receives the ball, he's figuring if I can catch that between my knees and give the umpire a look, I might get that. And he's pulled it off about a half dozen times tonight.
And a foul off the right field side. 92-mile-an-hour fastball there. He's ahead of Puig, 1-2 with Austin Barnes on deck. Colorado finally lost tonight. Houston snapped out of a 5-game losing streak and clobbered the Rockies 12-1. They hit 5 home runs. The Rockies' 4-game winning streak ended. Arizona, no game today. Giants middle infield, double play depth here for Puig. Right to the backstop. Kike Hernandez over to second.
Wait to see how they rule that. Just whether or not it's a wild pitch or a pass ball. I think it hit the dirt. Wild pitch.
Now Kike Hernandez in scoring position. 2-2. Did he swing? An appeal? No. Ryan Adderton, first base umpire, ruled in favor of Puig. Full count now, 3-2. Dodgers have 4 hits in the game against Holland. That is a foul over the Dodger dugout and off the backstop extension. You see that extension in all the ballparks now.
I like it. Much safer. You have to hold your breath. Those line shots or broken bats going into the stands. Really, we haven't heard many complaints about it.
3-2. Struck him out looking on that inside corner again.
Number 15.
That's 7 strikeouts, 3 of which have been called strike threes. And watch Posey set up in the inside corner. And no reaction to the umpire from Puig. A little grimace, then he humbly heads back to the dugout. Right on that corner. And Sherwater's looking right down the throat of that pitch.
Batting, number 99.
So now Ryu will bat after the automatic walk given to Barnes.
Next pitch going to be number 80.
2 on, 2 out. Ryu, this is the 4th inning. In the 4th inning of the game at AT&T Park back in late April, Ryu hit a 2-run double against Derek Holland.
Oh, and he remembers that too. He's pitching very carefully now.
Big swing and a foul back to the screen.
And that's the one thing, when you are spending most of your career in the American League like Holland had done, now you come over to the National League, you're playing here full time. I think a lot of guys that do that, they just assume that the pitchers aren't going to be good hitters. And they're vulnerable when they first get over here. They learned that that's not always the case.
Hernandez at second, Barnes at first. 2 balls and a strike now. So every inning has been stressful for Derek Holland. They've had 4 hits against him. A couple of walks, a lot of base runners. Right to Crawford at short. And Ryu just kind of jogging up the first base line. The inning is over. And Holland continues to be scoreless.
T-Mobile. 7 strikeouts tonight for Dutch Holland. Swing and a miss from Turner. Then he gets Taylor on a swing and a miss. Barnes goes down swinging. Ryu goes down swinging. Now here come the call strike threes. Inside corner, see you later. Inside corner, see you later. Inside corner, see you later. 7 strikeouts, and that's our Built for Baseball. Brought to you by T-Mobile.
And Puig, although he did start to go to first, he did not stay and complain or grimace, or he just turned right back around and headed back to the dugout.
Well, that's improvement. And I think after last night, maybe a coach for the Dodgers had a talk with him. Because it really was getting to where he was displaying bad body language on every called strike against him. Whether it be the first, second, or third strike, make a difference. And it's just a bad habit to get into. It's something that you learn as a young player not to do. Because umpires, they don't like that. You will definitely widen out your strike zone if you do that. Because in an umpire's mind, they think you're showing them up. And they don't like it.
Here is Gorkys Hernandez, who struck out his first time against Ryu. Brandon Belt hit a pop-up along the left field line, just barely fair for a double in the first inning, and no Giant has been on base since. Ryu has retired 11 in a row. And you got the wide strike on that one, curveball at 70 miles an hour.
And one thing sure, Water, I mean, he's hanging in there on those big backdoor breaking balls from Ryu.
Left field, Kemp, one away.
Well, Xfinity X1 customers say, show me the San Francisco Giants into your X1 voice remote. They get live stats on your TV. Change the way you experience TV with Xfinity X1. She's got her colors on. Had a bit.
A Giants fan, a couple of Giants fans there. Some Dodger fans, very amicable, enjoying the game together. Here's Brandon Crawford, who popped up to third his first time. 1-1.
Which answers the question. Yes, they could all get along.
It's a ball game.
It's a ball game.
Sometimes. There's a ground ball, and off the edge of Dozier's glove. Base hit for Crawford, the Giants' first runner since Belt's double with 1 out in the first inning. We're in the 5th inning now.
Looked like he was sitting off speed. He had good balance in his lower body on that breaking ball. Take a look at where's his body in relationship to his legs. Is it in the middle? Is he using his lower body to generate power? And the answer, yes.
Now Hunter Pence. Curve in the dirt. Pence grounded out to first his first time. Pence has had some success over the years against Ryu. 12 hits in 30 career at bats, a .400 average.
Well, those lifetime numbers got him in the lineup tonight. You know, looking at those numbers, he sees them well.
Base hit to left. Hit sharply right through the hole. Off-speed pitch there from Ryu, maybe a changeup. Crawford to second.
Take a look at the location of the pitch. They set an outside target. And it just kind of got up a little bit. It was on the outside part of the plate. A changeup. So Pence waiting for it, extending and then hooking it. That's good hand strength to hook it in that location of the strike zone, the left side of the field.
So here's Alan Hansen. He was the Giants' RBI man last night, twice, including in the 9th inning. He came up with 2 down and a runner in scoring position and knocked in a run. The Giants won the game 2-1. Ball 1. And the first of those, his second inning hit against the starter Alex Wood, a left-hander. He was batting right-handed, which is his weaker side. Now base hit could mean a run here. Derek Holland, the pitcher, up next. He sort of is a key to this inning now. That's called a strike.
You get a 1-0 count as a pitcher, and you can make a location pitch like that. I mean, you could take away the advantage the hitter had in that 1-0 count. I mean, that's not a pitch you want to swing at if you're Hansen. I mean, he's looking for something he could drive, especially in a 1-0 count. Looking for that location.
I think he thought maybe he could drive that one, but he missed it.
It does gnaw at you a little bit if you're at the plate. You're looking for something up. You get what you're looking for. You're thinking that speed. You get that speed and you swing through it.
So now he's behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He struck out swinging his first time. Slashes it foul into the crowd. Hit that ball hard, but foul. And he's way behind it. He's behind on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Struck him out looking.
Yeah, taking out that outside corner with that big backdoor breaking ball. He really has made some beautiful pitches to that side of the plate. The only thing you can do in defense of that is go the opposite way. And even then, it's a hard task.
Derek Holland struck out looking his first time. And ball 1. Holland has 3 hits in 41 at bats this year. And in those 41 at bats, he has struck out 24 times. One ball, 1 strike.
Well, here's an opportunity to help yourself.
Andy Suarez, who had an infield hit last night.
Yeah, he and Holland are tied in hits on the year at 3 apiece.
And that is out of play. So now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Derek Holland didn't have to do a whole lot of hitting in the American League, of course, just interleague road games, but even so, he's a switch hitter, which it sounds like a guy who knows how to hit.
Well, he's a great athlete.
1 and 2. Off the outside.
When Derek Holland shags balls in the outfield, now he's left-handed, but he puts on a right-hander's glove, and then he'll throw, whenever he gets a ball, he'll throw it all the way to the bucket behind second base on a fly right-handed. I mean, he is a symmetrical athlete. Run.
Crawford at second, Pence at first. 6 strikeouts in 5 innings. For Ryu, it is still 0-0. Top of the order coming up for the Dodgers in the last of the 5th.
in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
A very special tribute to 49ers legend Dwight Clark, featuring letters from fans reflecting on the catch. Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, August 21st at 8 p.m. on NBC Sports Bay Area. Letters to 87 includes the letter writers, as well as Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, Eddie DeBartolo, and Keena Turner. Presented commercial free by Toyota. That's this coming Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Don't miss it on NBC Sports Bay Area. Dodgers with the top of their batting order from Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, in the last of the 5th inning. Brian Dozier has flied out deep to right center and flied out deep to center. And it's 0-1.
Nice first pitch changeup.
And Holland has been able to keep him in the big part of the yard. Both of his at-bats. That is down the left field line. It is a fair ball and into the seats. An automatic double. Second leadoff double for the Dodgers in the first 5 innings.
The pitching count is definitely a concern now for the Giants. As you look down the bullpen, and guys are starting to get stretched out a little bit. They haven't started throwing, but they're going through their calisthenics. As you see the pitch, a little breaking ball middle in, bent arm swing by Dozier. Gives you an idea just how good he is middle in.
Justin Turner has struck out twice in this game. Right back to Holland. He looks Dozier back and throws out Turner. Big out right there. One away.
Oh, that's like a one-pitch strikeout. Non-productive out. We always talk about how disappointed an RBI guy is when he has a runner at third base and had less than 2 outs and you can't get him in. Well, they're as upset about not having a productive at bat in this instance. Runner at second base and nobody out. Giants are going to walk Machado. They've been impressed and they know he's hot.
Machado had hard base hits his first 2 at-bats to left field. 109 miles an hour off the bat the first time, 105 the next time. And he also hit the ball that hard his last 3 at-bats last night, including the single in the 8th inning that tied the game. So this does set up the double play. And you also bring up Kemp as Moronta heating up in the Giants bullpen. Kemp is 3 for his last 55. A monumental slump. Tonight he has walked and flied out to left center. That's off the outside. Dodgers with a threat. They've had 5 hits. They've received 3 walks. A lot of base runners. Holland has had to contend with in every inning of the game. A broken bat bloop into center base hit. Gorky fires to the plate. The tag by Buster. Safe.
Buster says, well, look at this one. He thought he had him.
Nesby Mulin's on the phone to the video room in the clubhouse to Sean Dunston and Chad Job.
Gorky Hernandez just going for it, overthrowing everybody, but a strike. Buster got him. I think they nailed him. That's our replay review. It's presented by Xfinity. Giants are going to challenge it. He's out. That shouldn't take long either. Great throw, Gorky Hernandez. One more look. He's out. See Buster looking at Derek Holland saying he's out.
So the umpires in New York looking at all the different angles. Remember, because the call was safe, they'll have to be convinced that there was incontrovertible proof that the call was wrong to change it.
Well, this is incontrovertible.
I mean, it looks that way to me and to you. We'll soon find out with the umpires in New York how it looked to them. Here's the call. Out.
They put the radar gun on the throw from Gorkis Hernandez, and it was a 95-mile-an-hour throw. Perfect strike. Posey gets it. Swipe tag. And Dozier, who's got good speed, I mean, he's swinging wide, doing everything he can to avoid the swipe. To no avail. What a great play from Hernandez and Posey.
The pitch from Holland came in at 90 miles an hour. The base hit left the bat of Kemp at 82 miles an hour, and then the throw from the center fielder, Gorkis Hernandez, 95 miles an hour, as you said. Wow. Here's Taylor, still 0-0. Taylor has struck out twice. Ball one.
Wow, that was the 90th pitch of the game. After a play like that, though, I mean, that really energizes you if you're Dutch Holland.
Two and 0.
All right, you want more information? 233 feet on the fly, but look at the accuracy. Steve Reich and Posey getting his lower body in position so he could swipe that tag quicker. I mean, he collapsed his left leg, falling into the target. It's just a beautiful play.
Three and 0. Kike Hernandez, who has really hit the ball real hard tonight and is 2 for 2 on deck.
Man, I don't know if this Bochy is going to let Dutch Holland pitch to him. If this inning extends with Taylor getting on base, I think Moranta's coming in this game.
Swung at it, popped it up foul. This will go back out of play. Dave Roberts, whose club has been struggling to score runs. Here's another look at it, Mike.
He said, "The heck with the cutoff, man. I'm going for the pump." And look at the back leg collapse and the momentum of Posey coming into Dozier. I mean, how often do we say it? The lower body sets up the strength of a defensive play. And in that particular instance, we saw it with the swipe tag from Posey. Beautiful footwork.
Whoa. Holland thought he had a strike there, but that one, not this time. And here comes Bochy. The base is loaded now. Dodgers have put 4 runners on base in this inning. So Bochy with Moranta ready in the bullpen. And he has been summoned. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. We'll be back.
comes up a high release, and the beautiful footwork from Posey to fall into the tag. And it had to be absolutely perfect, and it was.
95-mile-an-hour fastball, but not for the pitcher's mound. Center field, 233 feet from home plate. So here is a pinch hitter for the Dodgers now, as Reyes Moronta comes into the game, and Cody Bellinger will come to the plate, batting for Kike Hernandez.
57th game he's come into. 62 strikeouts on the year, 52 innings.
On the hands, Brandon Belt, and just like that, the inning is over. 97-mile-an-hour fastball right under the hands. And the Dodgers got 4 men on base in the inning, and they do not score. The big play, this throw from Gorkys Hernandez and Posey's tag. Still nothing to nothing. The 6th inning, and I think you can feel the frustration growing for the Dodgers in their 5-game losing streak, and they've had men in scoring position in 4 of the first 5 innings, but they have not had but the one hit. That was by Matt Kemp with a runner in scoring position tonight, and then the runner didn't score. Dodgers are 1 for 9 tonight in those clutch at bats, as McCutchen drills one and has his own bit of frustration. The Dodgers scoreboard operator gave the Dodgers a run in that inning, and now they just got rid of him. It was on the inning the whole rest of that inning and through the break until just now.
They just didn't want to give that run back. Hey, that last swing of the bat, though, that's the hardest ball hit tonight against Ryu. McCutchen squared that one up.
So a hopeful sign for the Giants. Now Brandon Belt, high and foul off the left field line. Belt had a pop fly double along the left field line in the first, and then flied out to shallow left center in the 4th. He's 1 for 2. There's McCutchen. Been a tough series for McCutchen. He had a hit his first at bat Monday night and none since. 2 to Belt.
Good curveball. We've said that a lot tonight with Ryu. I mean, that curveball has been so good command-wise. He's put it on the outside part of the plate, the inside part of the plate to both righties and lefties. His back speeds off it. I mean, that has been his go-to pitch.
One and 2. in the air. Machado goes out. Kemp comes in. Kemp. 2 down.
Well, those are the ones that wear on you if you're a hitter. You've seen a lot of good breaking balls, and then all of a sudden he hangs one, and you pop it up. That's the one you think about.
So here is Longoria. Bellinger, of course, stays in to play first base after pinch hitting for Kike Hernandez. The Dodgers like their odds there. Moranta came on. They had just the move to make with one of their best home run hitters, an RBI man, Bellinger, and Moranta got him on 1 pitch. Longoria has flied out to shallow right and also flied out to left center. 0 for 2. He had a home run against Ryu back in April.
He was swinging for one right there. I mean, that's the way you want to see him swinging a 1-0 pitch, getting a fastball.
No. Start over on that one. Well, they talk about clutch hitters. Well, when Bruce Bochy's got base runners all over the place and needs a pitcher to get out of a jam, he likes to bring in Moranta. That one hit off the lip of the grass, but Machado was able to handle it, and the Giants are gone in order. Still 0-0. We go to the last of the 6th. NBC Sports Bay Area, home of the authentic fan. There's one. And there are many others, as always, when the Giants travel, even here at Dodger Stadium. Larry Baer, the Giants president and a lifelong Giants fan.
With his son Zachary.
Yasiel Puig leads off against Moranta. Strike one. Puig has bounced back to the pitcher with a runner at second and nobody out, and has been called out on strikes with a runner at second and 1 out tonight. Dodgers have 1 hit in 9 at bats with runners in scoring position as a team in this game. You pointed it out, Mike, that high strike. He's not going with that one.
Yeah, he's been consistent. I mean, it's pretty much the zone we see from Shearwater. I mean, it's more low strikes, tight corners, and not a lot of belts.
That was ripped down the left field line. Puig heading for second, and he'll make it there with a stand-up double.
Giants cannot get a 1-2-3 inning. They have been in the stretch, it seems like, all night long. Take a look at the breaking ball. It had a little roll to it, laid right out there above the knees. I mean, that's a good pitch to hit. And Puig, to his credit, does not miss it.
And Yasmani Grandal will come up. Puig doing a little cheerleading after he got to second base. Grandal hitting for Barnes here. This is his strong side. Grandal has hit 20 home runs, and he's hit 19 of them as a left-handed hitter. Nobody out. Another runner in scoring position for the Dodgers. Two and up. And Jock Peterson, another left-handed hitter, has come out on deck. With the pitcher due up next. Here's Jock. A Bay Area native. That is in there for a strike at 97 miles an hour.
See JT Chargois. He will pitch the top of the 7th inning. Ryu was very good tonight, but his night is over.
That is hit well. Deep to right. On the warning track. Puig will tag up and go to third as McCutcheon caught up to it. The first two hitters have really hit the ball hard against Maranta.
And if Grandal hits that same fly ball the last two nights, it's out of here. We talked about the humidity in the air tonight. It's a little bit different here. It's not as live of a ballpark as we've seen in the previous two games. But he hit that ball well. I'm not saying he got both cheeks into it, but he got enough. I think he thought he got it.
And now Jock Peterson comes up.
Is that Joe Cocker's grandson?
I don't know. He does look like he's getting by with a little help from his friends.
Oh, he's doing fine.
With a little help from his friends.
Yeah. Take a look at the pitch in question. This is one that Maranta thought he had.
That one he got.
Great 1-0 pitch. Take away a guy's advantage with perfect location. It helps when you can put 97 miles per hour behind it too. Oh, by the way, Peterson's looking for a mistake. Hard to throw a fastball by this guy.
Giants infield in most of the way, not all the way in. Did he swing? Yes. Buster didn't know where the ball was for an anxious moment or two there. He was just behind the umpire. 1-2. Buster confirming that that was ruled a swing.
It's a no dodge slider. You don't get a real good look at the spin on the breaking ball. It's deceptive. Puig, and this is, should I stay or should I go? Should I stay? Should I go? If you hesitate, it's over.
Just got a piece of that one. Still 0-0. The Dodgers, it's been an onslaught of threats to score in every inning of the game. They have 7 hits. They've received 3 walks. There's a runner at third right now with 1 out. That ball is hit well. That should get Puig home. McCutcheon throws in. Puig scores, and it's 1-0 Dodgers. Peterson got him home.
Well, it winds up being a good situational at bat from Peterson's perspective, and he does it in a 2-strike count.
So here's Dozier with 2 down and nobody on him and a run in. Dozier 1 for 3. Strike 1. Dwayne Kuiper will be coming back, by the way, in the 7th inning from the radio booth. Dave Fleming on assignment. Back to the screen and that fastball. 0-2. Leadoff double by Yasiel Puig. A long fly ball by Grandal got him to third, and then a fly ball by Peterson got him home. See the Giants into the overshift now. Belt about 40 feet off the first baseline, the only infielder to the right of second. 1 and 2. Justin Turner on deck.
Both managers can extend their bullpens tonight because they have an off day tomorrow.
Popped up. Belt. Ball way up there. And the inning is over. But we head to the late innings. The Dodgers will go to their bullpen. Chagua is coming in. Posey coming up. The Giants are trailing 1-0.
The starting left-hander for the Dodgers was outstanding, and the Dodgers finally break the ice, put up a run with a leadoff double and a couple of fly balls that put a run on the board, and that's where we are right now. We're going to the top of the 7th inning, 1-0 Dodgers. That was your Toyota game summary. Right now, Dodgers making a pitching change. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. It'll be JT Chagua. 36th time that he has come in. We've been impressed with his stuff. You're going to see mid to high 90s with hard sink. He also has a curveball and a changeup. 1-0 Dodgers, top of the 7th. Once again, my pal Dwayne Kuiper.
And it's Buster Posey who looks at a strike, and it's 0-1. Buster tonight has bounced out twice to Manny Machado. The last time was a one-hop line drive. So 0-1 with Corky Hernandez on deck. And it's now 0-2. Grandal is now doing the catching. So Buster trying to get on to open up the 7th. Just shoots this one right back to Chargois. 1 out.
Well, manage your dream team in franchise mode, plus gets weekly stats, roster updates, and more. RBI Baseball 18 is available right now. Learn more at rbigame.com, rated E for everyone.
Corquis is 0 for 2. Belt has a hit. Crawford has a hit. Pence has a hit. That's it. Corquis has struck out and he's flied out to left. And a strike, and it's 0-1. Arizona idle tonight. The Rockies have lost. For you Padre fans, I'm not ignoring you. Your team lost as well. Marquise with a swing and a miss. 0-2.
5 pitches, 5 strikes from Chargois. And he's a guy that can get a wild hair up his nose every once in a while. Not happening tonight.
Oh, 2. On the ground, 1 big hop to Turner. 2 outs.
They have a highlight for the Giants tonight.
Right?
This throw from Corquis Hernandez. 95 miles per hour, right on the dot, and look at the play that Posey makes with his legs to swipe momentum into the tag. Just what the big leagues is all about. Doesn't get any better than that.
So here's Crawford. Crawford singled in the 5th. And he takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers would like to head on the road with a win. The Giants would like to head to Cincinnati with a win. There's Ray Black. Crawford trying to tie it up. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's the location of the fastball on 1 count you can tie it up with, because that ball will elevate on contact. Nice live fastball from Chargois. Right on the black or close to it. Definitely a pitcher strike at 95.
Where's Ben Zobrist when we need him? 1-2. And Crawford goes around, and that'll end the inning. 1-0 Dodgers.
Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com. And by Xfinity. X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Here in Los Angeles, it's a 1-0 lead for the Dodgers. When it's time for a change, things speedy, oil change and auto service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. It's Ray Black.
Take a look at the numbers for Ray Black. He's been very impressive. 17 strikeouts at 12 2/3 against 5 walks. Just 4 hits allowed. High velocity, high octane fastballs. 90, high 90s, and at times into the hundreds. He's got a very good curveball and slider. All 3 can strike out. And that is Mr. Ray Black.
So here's Turner. Turner's 0 for 3. And the first pitch is down low. No swing on the appeal. 1 ball and no strikes. Giants need to keep it close. That's the job of the bullpen right now. They won both games in this series by scoring late. They'll try to do it again here tonight, but they got to keep it close.
Beginning here, big challenge for Ray Black as he takes on the heart of this Dodger lineup. And a 4-pitch leadoff walk.
Well, here's Machado. Machado, 2 hits, and then he was walked intentionally.
Loves the first pitch.
And right now that's 5 straight out of the strike zone.
Sal Bustapo's going to come in and try and calm his rookie right-hander down. And I think the suggestion you can make to Ray Black right now is just slow things down a little bit. Keep your eye on the target. Don't take it off the target and throw one right through me. See if you can do it.
Not getting anything either.
Well, ball 6. And each time you throw another ball, it gets harder to throw a strike. Not getting the high top part of that strike zone.
On the ground, fair down the left field line. And here comes Turner. And he's going to score.
And Machado is on fire. He is barreling everything.
Well, how do you hit 97? Well, you get ahead in the count. That's how you hit it.
Had to come into him. And that's right there on a tee. And you look, when a guy gets hot, you take a look at the pitches that he's getting to hit. And in most instances, they're pretty good pitches. They're in the middle of the strike zone. But Machado is not missing him.
So here's Kemp. Kemp takes that breaking ball for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
All right, let's take a look. Did he go on this breaking ball first pitch? Yeah, 50-50 zone. Some you get, some you don't. Strikeout situation here for Black. Runner at second, nobody out. And that is definitely within his skill set. And that's how he thinks pretty much every hitter. But right now is when he needs one.
That's a base hit. So here comes Machado, and it's 3-0. It all started with a leadoff walk.
Kurt Young going to come out and try and calm down Black. Throws it right in on the hands, and Kemp strong enough to fight that location off. And here's his reward for Kemp. That's RBI number 67 on the year. Some of the best advice I ever got from a pitching coach when an inning like this was going against me. He came out there and he says, okay, you know what you're going to do? You're going to pitch. Identify the situation and pitch to it. Quit trying to throw the ball by somebody. Go to your 2-seam fastball, go to your slider, think knee-high location, get a ground ball, see if you can get 2 outs with it.
And remember, your team is still in it. There's a healthy rip, and it's 0-1. And it helps if you go 0-1.
It is a huge difference between 0-1 and 1-0. 0-1, you're in the offensive mode as a pitcher. 1-0, you're not.
On the ground to Longoria. That's 1, and that's all they'll get. Taylor runs too well. 1 out. And here's Bellinger.
So there was the ground ball he's pitching for.
Bellinger saw 1 pitch as a pinch hitter in the 5th. He came up with the bases loaded and popped up to Belt. Runner goes. Buster's got a good pitch to throw on, and they got him. So Taylor's caught stealing. It's amazing if you get a good pitch, and if you hold him on a little bit, Buster's going to get you.
I like the footwork too. I mean, he knew he had to be quick. Black's not especially quick out of the stretch. Watch him set his feet, and he set the feet as the pitch was being thrown. Put himself in position, and then a very quick unload. Throw had to be perfect, and it was.
So 1-0 to Bellinger. 2-0 to Bellinger.
And watch the feet as he presets. Bam, Now he catches, step, and throw, and the left foot in a straight line to the target. If you cross over, you'll put movement on your pitch. There has to be a straight line with your lead foot to the bag, and it was perfect.
Up the middle and past Crawford. And a base hit. Some of the best sinkers and backup sliders that I ever saw came from a catcher.
I know, but if that back foot and that front foot are not in line with their target when they're throwing from home to second, you're going to get movement. And again, if you have a low arm release like Thurman Munson used to have, you get big sinkers. Still be effective, but much easier for a shortstop or second baseman to field a straight throw. But I just love the footwork of Posey.
Here's Puig. Out of play.
Learning the footwork of every position. I mean, that's. Now watch. There's the preset. Now the back foot is straight, in line with the step of the left foot to the base, and that was perfect. You can't get more compact than what Posey did right there.
Bellinger started to go, but put on the brakes. It's nothing in two.
It's really a great drill for kids too. When they catch, they hop up, and they get back on that right foot, and then they step straight with that left foot towards second base. If you're taking any more steps than that, you're taking too many.
And a little pop-up to Belt. And that'll end the inning. Damage done. 3-0 Dodgers. First 35,000 fans are going to receive a Buster Posey or Brian Wilson bobblehead courtesy of AAA, and it's commemorating the first ever Buster Hug, which happened in Arlington, Texas. And how do you do it? Well, you buy directly from the Giants at sfgiants.com. It's a 3-0 lead for LA. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts.
New pitcher now for the Dodgers will be the left-hander Caleb Ferguson. He's their swingman. Got 4 good pitches and a fastball that goes low to mid-90s. Curveball, slider, and a changeup. 41 strikeouts in 35 innings will attest to that, and just 25 hits allowed.
through 10 pitches last night. And here he's facing Hunter Pence. And Pence takes low. So Giants need some base runners. And a strike at the knees.
Mark Melanson starting to stretch it out. He will pitch the bottom of the 8th.
Pence is 1 for 2. Base runners, that's what the Giants need.
And leadoff base runners too.
And Pence is going to open up the inning with a base hit to left.
And that is the first time they've had a leadoff hitter get on base.
So here's Darno.
Hitter number 2, Chase Darno.
Here's Bochy's going for it this inning. Hundley on deck.
Huntley ought to get a nice applause when he steps in the batter's box.
Well, he should. He's from around here, right?
His dad was a football coach at UCLA for a long time.
Takes low, 2-0. So Ferguson needs to come in. And he does. It's a perfect pitch at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Doug Darno is taking a strike. That's something you will be told by your manager when you're coming out of the dugout to hit and you're behind. Take one.
Ferguson looking into Shearwater. And I would say this. Sometimes it's been a ball. Sometimes it's been a strike. There's Hundley. Nope. He walked it. That has not been a strike at all.
It's just a tight zone. But then sometimes it breathes a little bit.
Right, here's the warm ovation for a native of the Los Angeles area. They treat their local players great here. Well, that was tired.
That wasn't too bad. Isn't that what Pete Rose used to say, though? You're not any good if they're not booing you.
Hundley been great as a pinch hitter. In the dirt, nice block. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Dodgers have another left-hander in their pen. Scott Alexander getting ready. Dave Roberts just told Rondal to go out and talk to him. So this conversation really is just to kill time.
So Hundley will get back in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right on the inside corner. Good pitch to even the count. Hundley may have wanted that one a little bit more towards the middle of the plate, or he could have been taking all the way.
At any rate, I think he thinks it was a ball.
Tapped on the ground, foul. It's 1 and 2. Pence at second, Darno at first. Giants trying to make some noise here in the 8th inning. We've got McCutchen and Belt coming up. Got him. So he comes back to get him.
Elevate the fastball at 95.
Right fielder number 22, Andrew McCutchen.
Take a look. This is exactly where Grandal wanted it.
McCutchen is 0 for 3. He did hit a line drive in his last at bat right at Machado.
I hope one of your big guys can run into one. Straight away in the outfield. Pretty much straight away in the infield. A little bit of a pull from the second baseman. Other than that, straight away. Looking for a pitch, looking for a location right here.
Center field. Back is Taylor. At the wall. It is out of here. And this game is tied.
And this crowd is stunned.
For a brief second, it looked like Taylor might have a shot. How about that?
Well, he broke a 2 for 30. And he got a good pitch to hit. He got a high hanging breaking ball. Take a look at the location. I mean, that is right at the belt. He gets extended through it. And right away, Ferguson starts measuring it out. See ya. Number 14, RBIs number 51 and 52. And look at the bench.
Here's Belt. And Belt takes low. 1 ball and no strikes. So lightning is struck again here in the 8th inning.
And once again, the Giants or the Dodgers bullpen has given it up.
Belt takes high. It's 2-0.
Well, that's the wake-up call that bench needed. Now let's see if line drives are contagious. Big flies are contagious.
Well, right now throwing a strike is not contagious. Here's McCutchen's reaction.
Oh yeah, that felt good. But work to do.
And a strike to Belt. It's 3-1. Bell gets a fastball up and in. It's 3-2. Right, not trying to get on for Longoria or trying to hit one out of the park for everybody. Pulls it on the ground foul, and we'll do it again. It's 21 pitches now for Ferguson. Those are the gentlemen that have scored runs here in the 8th. They're hanging together. The 3-2. And Belt stays alive.
Fall off a good fastball in the outside corner. Giants waiting around, getting down 3, and finally a leadoff hitter gets on. Everybody chirks up a little bit, and a nice walk. And it set the table for McCutcheon, and he delivers.
Belt with a little pop-up out to Turner. And here comes Dave Roberts. So we're going to take a break. Dodgers are making some moves. It looks like Muncie's coming out. It's a 3-3 ball game. Vigneault is on assignment. Grant Liftman and going to join Grant Brisbee to talk about the game on the Giants outside tonight after post-game live. Multiple changes. It's a 3-3 ball game.
New pitcher now for the Dodgers will be Eric Goodell. 31st time that he has come in. 43 strikeouts, it's 35 and a third. 20 walks, that's a lot in 35 innings. Fastball, changeup, curveball. And the guy warms up, you watch which of his specialty pitches he throws first. That's usually the one he is most confident in. And for Goodell, it was the changeup. Or split.
So here's Longoria. And Longoria takes a pitch down low. Longoria is 0 for 3. A couple of fly balls and a ground ball to short. And a breaking ball high. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, Longoria can sit on a pitch here. It's 2-0. Overshift is on. Muncy, the new first baseman, is the lone defender on the right side. Swing. He was trying to do 2 balls and 1 strike.
So a 2-0 split finger fastball. And for Longoria, just education. Now he knows that you will see the split in fastball counts. You see Chris Taylor in left, Cody Bellinger in center. Kemp goes over to right, and Muncy comes into first base.
Two and two. Mr. Posey thinking he might get up here in the 8th. The Giants have scored 3 times to tie the game. Skied to left. It's Taylor. And that'll end the inning. Andrew McCutchen hits his 14th of the year. It ties the game. It's bye-bye baby. And as we head to the bottom of the 10th, it's a 3-3 ball game. McCutchen checking his cheat sheets. When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts.
Well, Ty Block's been very, very steady out of the pen, and he's going to face the bottom of the lineup here. One thing about Ty Block is he will come at you with strikes. Fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup. And he will throw anything at any time like he just did there with a leadoff changeup.
Pop-up. Belt over by the Giants dugout. Can he reach in? He does. 1 down. Well, with his wingspan, if he can't catch it, then it's probably going to be uncatchable.
Baseman number 13, Matt Muncy.
Well, he's got the boarding house reach. And he didn't even have to really extend out too much. Still a nice play for a guy playing in a foreign yard. Yeah, the all-important first out of an inning for Ty Block.
Here's Muncy. Muncy hitting for the first time. And he takes a strike. He's a .254 hitter with 26 home runs. Dozier is on deck. Darno is now at second. Out of play.
Giants are without Will Smith tonight. I mean, he's fine, he's healthy, he's just not going to get work tonight. Only because of the workload coming into tonight's ball game. He's pitched 3 in a row, 4 out of the last 5 games. So most said he would not use him.
Muncy gone, 2 down.
Can't change it.
And here's Dozier.
Second baseman number 6, Brian Dozier.
Be careful with Dozier. He's 1 for 4. And he takes a low, 1 ball and no strikes. And tight, 2-0. Turner to follow. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
91-mile-an-hour sneaky 2-0 fastball.
Dozier would like it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I think what we've seen him in this series, it's our first look at him in the Dodger uniform. He likes that ball above the belt. Good mistake here. Nice pitch.
Three and 2.
Again, throws 91 through him. And right now, Dozier's going, what's going on? Why am I not hitting that fastball? Mr. Posey wants to see another one.
And the walk. Pretty easy take for Dozier, and here's Turner.
Time block, I'm not going to be happy with that pitch for that reason.
Number 10.
Give him a walk. You don't want to make ball 4 an easy take.
So here's Turner. Turner's 0 for 3. He drew a walk in the 7th and eventually scored, and here he takes a strike. From here on out, every Dodger has got a shot to get one over the fence. Squirts through the legs of Buster Posey. And a walk. A wild pitch.
That changes things for Justin Turner. Dozier has good speed. Giants pretty good arms in the outfield. Let's take a look at the ball hitting the plate and skimming, staying down on Posey. So a gift of 90 feet.
One and 1 to Turner. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Giants pitching issued 6 walks tonight.
Two and 2.
Justin Turner thought this was low. Let's take a look at it. Pitcher strike.
So it's 2-2 to Turner. Got him, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the ninth. It remains 3-3. As Buster Posey stands in to face Eric Goodell. And Buster fouls it out of play.
Well, the importance of the leadoff hitter getting on. Giants have only been able to go one time tonight, and that led to their big inning.
And it's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Buster tonight has bounced out 3 times.
Yeah, you can see what Goodell's thinking. He's going to stay on that outside corners and basically, look, you're going to beat me deep. You're going to have to go to right field. Go out there again.
Nope, same spot. It's 2 balls and a strike.
One thing that the Dodgers have done, and they've really adjusted their infield in defensive posing. A lot of the games this year, we've seen the Dodgers pull all their second baseman, shortstop, and third baseman on the left side of second base. Not anymore. They move second baseman back to pretty much normal position. 4 pitches, 4 fastballs, 4 pitches to the outside part of the plate.
Two and 2. Right center field. Bellinger's got a beat on it, and he'll put it away on the warning track. Well, on April 7th, in a 14-inning game, this was a walk-off for McCutchen. It was his 6th hit. He ended up with 4 RBIs in the game. And the Giants won the ball game 7-5. Took 5 hours and 16 minutes. And that was when Andrew McCutchen first enjoyed this rivalry.
Yeah, he made some friends in San Francisco that night.
Just takes a strike.
Wilmer Font was the pitcher for the Dodgers that gave up the home run to McCutchen.
Oh, and 1 to Gorkis Hernandez with Brandon Crawford on deck. And that's hooked foul. It's 0-2. This was the home run tonight in the 8th inning to tie the game.
Just a hanging breaking ball from Caleb Ferguson, and this is how you're supposed to hit those. And that tied it up. Unless we had a guy, you could hear every Giants fan at the ballpark. There are a lot of them.
And Gorky's out swinging. 2 down here in the 9th. First strikeout for Goodell, and here's Crawford.
Number 35, Brandon Crawford.
Crawford 1 for 3. Back. Ooh, what a good rip.
What a good pitch to rip at. 93-mile-an-hour fastball is the average fastball, but 92.8 I think is the average fastball. So that was one that he just missed.
Flips it to left, but it's in the park to Taylor. And that's going to end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. Machado's going to lead things off.
Pre-game live at 3 p.m. on NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants heading into Cincinnati to take on the Reds. Game 1 of the series, 3-game series from the Great American Ballpark. Also streaming live on the NBC Sports app, so don't miss anything about the Giants this season. And you can always follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and NBCSportsBayArea.com.
So 9th inning, a 3-3 ball game. See, all the scoring has come from the 6th inning on. And the hottest hitter in the park today is coming up, and that's Manny Machado. He's 3 for 3. And the only time he didn't get a hit is when the Giants walked him intentionally. But he's facing block for the first time. And the first pitch is low, 1 ball and no strikes. Kemp is on deck, and then Taylor. 2-0.
He's got to pitch now.
Very careful.
He can't. I mean, you have to be careful. It's like the old saying: "Don't give him anything good to hit, don't walk him."
Center field. 1 out.
Everything that he's hit in this series seems to be as a loud line drive.
Number 27.
So a bullet dodged.
Here's Kim. He's been on base 3 times. And look, if you got home run hitters, this becomes home run derby, right?
It does.
And I guess if you're Ty Block and Buster Posey, you pitch accordingly to that.
Well, you can take advantage of it. I mean, guys like to get extended. You stay in the corners. I mean, that's Block's game anyway. The Dodgers, as a team, have hit 164 home runs. Why is that significant? Because that's more than any other team in the National League. So you know that they're in that mode this time of the game. Good curveball right there. He could have got that one. Giants as a team have hit 107. Different ballparks. Still, mindset is mindset.
Block takes the legs out of that swing from Kemp. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think guys who get in the home run mode, they want a fastball. They don't care if it's 99 miles an hour.
I agree.
A finesse guy like Block, I mean, he could tie him up in nuts.
Got him.
Set up the fastball beautifully. He's just sort of put him asleep in a lot of off-speed stuff that zipped him at 92 in perfect location.
Left field, number 3.
Third strikeout for Ty Block. Set in the outside corner. Right to the glove. Posey never moved.
Taylor 0 for 3. Dirtiest kid on the playground right now.
Yes, he is.
And a line drive into center field. That'll be a base hit. Going to hit it off the end of the bat. And that'll give Bellinger a shot.
Bees in his fingers. And that means you've got a base stealer on base 2 with Chris Taylor. But one of the best at holding a runner on closely on this Giants pitching staff is Ty Block.
Remember, Buster Posey threw out Taylor trying to steal in the 7th.
Does that slow you down? If you get thrown out in a game from trying to steal a second time?
No, shouldn't. I mean, that wasn't a great base stealer. Block just said to Brandon Crawford, would it be all right if I had Bellinger hit you a ground ball? Crawford said, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'm in. See what you got.
Although with the uppercut that Bellinger has, I don't see too many ground balls. Now the Giants also should be aware of this. On deck is who? Kenta Maeda. So they don't have to pitch to Bellinger. And Buster can't find it, and now he does. And now Taylor takes off, and he's going to make it. And this is going to make it real easy.
Now they'll intentionally walk down Bellinger. There are no extra players on the pitch. The Dodgers started this game with 4 extra men, and they've all been used up. So, Giants are going to look at that play at second base. They're not completely convinced. Now they'll give in and not review it. So Bellinger intentionally walked. him the outside route. The only question is if he came off the base. He did not. Left-handed stayed on the whole time.
Guys are getting better at staying on the bases these days, aren't
That's why they slide
So
in
here's
head first.
Maeda. Got to pitch Maeda. He's Manny Machado at this point.
Yeah, it's that time of year. You have to carry extra guys to the bullpen. You're going to carry less guys on the bench.
Strike, and it's 0-1.
Maeda does swing the bat pretty well. I mean, he's got some skills. He usually puts it in play. See the position players remaining? None. Bullpen, 4 guys. So now if you're Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach for the Dodgers, you start thinking, how many innings do I have of these 4 guys before I have to start thinking about using a starter?
After blocks it, it's 1 and 2.
And Bruce Bochy and Kurt Young doing the same thing. You start thinking extra innings. You hate to see long extra inning games in the dog days of August because you've got some tired people. Bochy has an advantage. He's got 3 position players left. Rugger, Panik, and Slater. He started the game with 5. 5 guys in the pen. He will not use Will Smith tonight.
And this little pop-up is going to be out of play.
But the one big advantage, too, for Bruce Bochy is he's got Casey Kelly in the bullpen, and he could give him 6 innings.
Right. And you mentioned the guys that he's not going to use. They're certainly going to try to stay away from him. 1 and 2. 2 and 2. Out of play. Nice swing by Kenta Maeda, so it stays at 2 and 2.
Well, and the point you made earlier, you got to pitch this guy like it's Manny Machado. You can't, in a 2-2 count, you just laying a fastball at the bell, and that was a pitch that Ty Blott got away with.
Got him, and Posey's going to throw to first, and we'll go to the 10th. And in the 10th, it'll be Hunter Pence to lead things off.
AT&T. AT&T, official sponsor for Extra Innings.
It's the 10th inning here at Dodger Stadium. It's 3-3. And a new pitcher for Dave Roberts. It's Scott Alexander, who was the lefty that imploded the other night when the Giants scored 4 times in the ninth.
3-pitch pitcher, Alexander, a sinker baller. You're going to see a lot of sink, a lot of a high velocity sink. They'll throw mid-90s at you with some sink. Got a slider and a changeup to go with it. 24 walks and 53 in the 3rd innings, and that is the one blemish on his report card.
Hunter Pence has a couple of hits tonight. He's 2 for 3. Darno to follow. And a strike. And then Ty block. And the 0-1 to Pence. Pence taps it, 3rd base side. Randall's got a cannon. His throw is offline, and Pence is aboard. Hunter Pence with his 3rd hit. And he had sometimes can be the king of the infield hit.
Well, and once again, he gets on base to start off an inning. It had to be a quick decision on Grandal's part. And he has got a very strong arm, as you pointed out. But as that ball is running up the third base line, I mean, he's thinking, do I make the play? Do I let it go foul? And you get to that point of no return where you've got to make a call on it. And he just threw wide, so the Giants catch a break. It's a base hit.
Here's Darno, who drew a walk, is a pinch hitter against Ferguson in the 8th.
This is a bunt situation, something that Bochy will consider.
Look out. And it's a good bunt. And they get the out at first, and Pence into scoring position.
That was not easy. I don't know how Darno got it done. But when you have a sinker baller like Alexander, I mean, you will give up the bunt to stay out of the double play. So now you get a runner in scoring position. And as important as getting it down as he does it on one pitch, but look at the effort as that ball was coming in towards Darno. Wonder, you haven't seen it from the watch. I don't know how he got the ball down. A high fastball is one that's easy to pop up.
Here's Slater, the pinch hitter.
Good speed with Pence at second. Got good arms in left and good arms in center.
Slater taps it to Machado. End up throwing to first, and they got him. And on the play, Pence goes to 3rd. The reason we're in the 10th inning is because of this. Cutchin hit a 3-run home run off of Ferguson to tie the game.
Leadoff knock, a walk, and then a hanging breaking ball. And all of a sudden, hey, we're going to do ball game. And here comes that guy again.
The Dodgers have a number of bases to play with should they not want to pitch to McCutchen.
You're right. I mean, they can decide as to who they want to pitch to. I find this interesting. Bell coming back out the disabled list, he hasn't had a lot of at bats, and now they're going to put McCutchen on. I think this is a move that makes more sense.
McCutchen is being intentionally wrong. First baseman number 9, Brandon Belt.
So here's Belt. Belt is 1 for 4. was a last-minute decision by the Dodgers to walk McCutcheon. Here's Belt. On the ground slowly to Machado. That'll end the inning. Bottom of the 10th coming up. It remains 3-3.
On Monday, August 27th, it's Irish Heritage Night. Your special event package includes a ticket to watch the Giants take on the D-backs. Also, receive an Irish-themed Giants expandable backpack. Go to sfgiants.com/special events for tickets.
Three ball game. Mark Melanson is on the pitch here in the bottom of the 10th. He's going to get Grandal, Muncy, and Dozier. And you see the numbers for Melanson.
25th game that he has come into. 0-1 on the year. And for Melanson, 2-to-1 strikeout walk ratio. You see curveballs and cutters.
So Grandal, who came in as a pinch hitter in the 6th, is 0 for 2. Morenta got him. Block got him, and now it's Melanson trying to get him. Overshift is on, and it's outside for a ball, 1-0. Giants are 9-5 in extra innings this year. The Dodgers are 5-6. The 1-0 pitch. There's a strike at the knees to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Good cutter. Think about the cut action on Melanson's cutter that's a little bit different than others. Is that he's got a little edge to it. It's got some sink. It's got some downum. Other guys throw cutters that are pretty flat, but he's got some bite to his.
It's foul down the left field line. It's 1-2. That's one where the screen doesn't quite protect everybody down there. So heads up.
I think we're good. Nicely done, my friend. Oh yeah, 1 thumb up.
1 happy, 1 not. 1-2.
Yeah, the little guy doesn't seem too bummed out. He's learned the best way. You just ignore it. And wait till your big brother falls asleep.
Two and two. Got him.
Beautiful backdoor cut. And now Grandal Wolford and Stu Shearwater.
First baseman number 13, next.
They set up in the outside corner. Posey. Never really moved his glove a whole lot, down a little bit. And Grandal thought that was down.
Here's Muncy.
He either thought it was down or he was singing the Canadian national anthem.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the two.
Muncy's got lots of power, and he shoots this one to Garneau, and Garneau's got to make a long throw, and they got him.
Let's see. You look at him, and you don't think you're going to get a lot of speed, but he can move. That was a little closer than Garneau thought.
Sniffing out a hit. And here's Dozier. Dozier is 1 for 4. And he takes a strike. Walked in the 8th inning. Tapped foul.
Good curveball. That high 3/4 release, you get a straight down drop. Don't see a lot of those. That's what makes Melanson unique, because of that 12-6 drop on the curveball.
So 0-2 to Dozier. Where Buster wanted it. It's 1-2. Down low, 2-2.
And he was trying to just sort of bounce the ball between home plate and Buster Posey. Pedro Baez, the right-hander, getting ready in the Dodgers bullpen should this game get to the 11th.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Now Dozier asks for time.
Again, the curveball again. Ball in the dirt. And for Dozier, 2 nice takes to work it full.
So 3-2 to Dozier. Outfield straightaway and deep.
That's thought he had it. Now he takes a long look at Shearwater. Right over the top, he raises it up. And Shearwater, who just really hasn't given in to the high part of the strike zone a whole lot tonight, says, not my zone, not tonight.
Here's Turner. The Dodgers have had at least 1 base runner on in every inning. a base hit up the middle. And here comes Manny Machado.
Posey looking into the dugout to see what Bochy's going to pitch to him. With 2 outs, you don't have to pitch to him. You got an open base. And the way that Machado has swung the bat these last couple of days. Right now, Kurt Young's going to go out there and say, who do you want to pitch to? I think. Maybe not.
Well, Machado's 0 for 3 lifetime against Melanson. Kemp is 0 for 6.
So they are going to have that conversation. Well, Posey already went out and had 1 visit to the mound. Which does not constitute a mound visit in order to take him out. It's just a mound visit. You do get extra ones when you get to the extra inning. So in regards to whether or not you have to replace your pitcher, Kurt Young is 1 in that regard. And the question that Kurt Young said is, who do you want to pitch to? If you're going to pitch to Machado, you're not going to give much to hit.
His last at bat is the only time he's made an out in this game, and he hit a ball to the wall in center field. In the dirt. Suppose he knocked it down. 1 ball and no strikes.
You may see the Giants go after him again and again, throw something in the dirt, hoping that he would help you out swinging a bad pitch. But if they get to a 2-0 count, they may just put him on.
Well, he hasn't been swinging at anything out of the strike zone at all in this game. He swings and fouls it back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
When a guy gets it going, like Machado has got it going here the last couple of days, I mean, you really cringe every time a ball goes into the strike zone. He's been that hot.
Foul, 1 and 2. Tied up Machado just a little bit.
Hanson got that in on his hands. Straight away in the outfield. Not a whole lot of shift in the infield either. He hits it all over the place.
That's a foul again. He waited on that breaking ball.
It's a good location with that curveball from Melanson. That was down below the zone.
Curveball. Foul.
Just a little bit of hang to it. Floated into that strike zone. Just not missing. balls that are up and in that zone.
One ball and 2 strikes. Dozier at second. Machado at first. That last foul ball that Machado hit, the exit velocity was 114.
Yeah, he's not missing the sweet spot. That's why you've got a 1-2 count. You've got an open base. You don't have to throw him a strike.
Swing and a miss. He got him, and that's going to end the inning. Onward we go to the 11th. It's 3-3.
Perfect pitch.
By AT&T. AT&T, official sponsor for Extra Innings.
A 3-3 ball game as we move on to the 11th. Pedro Baez is the new pitcher, and he gets to go after the Giants' 3, 4, and 5 hitters.
Take a look at the numbers for Baez. 44 strikeouts to 37 to the third. He's a hard thrower. Baez will get it up there mid to high 90s. He's got a slider and a changeup. Right-handers hit him better than lefties do. That has a lot to do with the changeup. It is his best specialty pitch.
Melanson did a nice job as he chose to go after Manny Machado, and in the end he strikes him out.
Well, the breaking ball that he struck him out with was exactly where he needed to put it.
So Longoria is going to lead things off, who's 0 for 4 in this game. With Buster Posey on deck. And a shot in the air caught by Dozier at second base. 1 pitch, 1 out.
So the shift takes one away.
Buster tonight is 0 for 4. Has ended up, he's caught in every game. He started at first base last night, and Hundley got tossed. He came in to do the catching. He will sleep well on the plane tomorrow.
Giants going to spend the night here in Southern California and get on a plane tomorrow at 10 o'clock and head out to Cincinnati. Giants do have a sleep expert that makes those decisions. Do you stay the night? Do you travel after the game?
Yeah, they actually pay us for our opinions.
Yeah. But yours is a bit skewed.
We are not the sleep experts.
You're the sleep expert. You can sleep anywhere, anytime. It's amazing. Auto nap.
3-0 to Posey. Giants will take a base runner. Goes down the pipe. It's 3-1. Gorkis Hernandez is on deck.
Here's where you can gamble. Posey can hit it out to right field. They stay away, he can go with it. Setting up in.
On the ground to Turner, who gets up, spins around, throws, offline, and Muncy tags out Posey. It's a great play by Gorkis Hernandez.
This is one of the reasons why it's still tied up. I mean, this was a play that absolutely was perfect. A 95-mile-an-hour throw from center field that feeds Posey, and Posey's footwork to put the tag on just as good as it gets. And that really is the difference in this game.
Here's Gorkis, who's 0 for 4.
But he's got 13 home runs.
And the pitch is high, 1-0.
And when you've hit 13 home runs, you're thinking about a home run right now. You got a 1-0 count, tie ball game. On you, baby. Casey Kelly heating up for his coaching. Now, he is the ace in the hole in that he's a starter, and he can give you 5 or 6 innings.
Which is outside for a ball.
There is no wind in this field right now. Look at the flags out in center field. They're blowing straight down, which means there's carry. Foul line to foul line.
That gets Shearwater on the foul as it knocks his mask off.
He's going to take some time as all the umpires come in.
The foul ball happens right here. Is it? It's Shearwater hits him in the bottom of the mask, and it causes the mask to just pop right off.
Yeah, I feel that one.
By the way, looking at my scorecard, the Giants 2, 3, 4, and 5 hitters are 1 for 19.
Well, and they're still tied. Neil Ramp, the head trainer for the Dodgers, out there taking a look at Shearwater, and it rocked him.
So it's 2-2.
Say, Gorkis, quit fouling into my face. I don't appreciate that.
Baez wanted to throw a pitch, and I said, all right.
Sherwater, I mean, he's a tall catcher or tall umpire.
Taller than most, you're right. And that will end the inning. 1 for 20. Bottom of the 11th coming up.
Grant Liftman joins Grant Brisbee to talk about the game on Giants Outsiders tonight after postgame live.
It's 3-3. Casey Kelly is the new pitcher.
This is what his debut was this year. Kelly's no baby. I mean, he's got over 2 years in big league time. But last Saturday against the Pirates, 5 innings, just 2 hits allowed, and 58 pitches, very economical, no walks, 3 strikeouts. You're going to see a low 90s fastball from a high 3/4 short arm release. Got a really good curveball changeup combination. He will cut the ball.
In center field is Steven Duggar, so that's a double switch. So Duggar will be in the 9th spot. So Kemp takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Kemp has been on base 3 times. His last at bat, Ty Block struck him out. Here it's 2-0. He needs to throw a strike. Tapped, and it had so much spin on it, it hit the dirt and it spun foul. Otherwise, it looked like it was going to be an out.
We mentioned that Will Smith is a guy that Bruce Bochy's not going to use tonight, having worked 4 out of the last 5 days. And I think he would prefer not to have to use Tony Watson and Sam Dyson as well. They've been out there pretty regularly. So Casey Kelly right now is your guy. Just missed a bit inside with the curveball. once again, the Dodgers get a runner on. They've done it in every inning tonight. Seems like every Giants pitcher who's got out there has been in the stretch.
Here's Taylor. He's on that list of 5+ relief appearances. First one, here's a ground ball to Longoria, and a double play. Nice turn by d'Arnaud. 2 down here in the 11th.
Well, like Chris Taylor, I mean, it's got to be perfect with his speed. Watch the feed from Longoria, and there's the gun from d'Arnaud. An easy call for Corey Blazer, the first base umpire.
So here's Bellinger, and Bellinger is going to be walked intentionally. There's a list again of 5+ major league debuts in the San Francisco era. See Don Larson, the count.
How about the count?
Casey Kelly.
Francisco goes 9 against the Dodgers in relief.
So Baez is going to hit. And a swing. Ain't going to miss.
So if you ask me what the scout report is on Pedro Baez as to what kind of hitter he is,
I'm going to say he's a free swinger.
Well,
but be careful, he's got an RBI.
I'm going to go with that. 0 for 5, 1 RBI. Why? He's got a bat in his hands. He's dangerous.
Foul back.
Giants really play the outfield in. I think if Baez is going to hit the ball, it's going to be to right field. So they bring in Duggar, the center fielder, and then they bring in McCutcheon to right field.
Pulled on the ground, foul.
Contact. Dodgers kind of in the same situation. They need to get innings out of Baez if this game gets to the 12th. And they don't have another guy to hit unless they hit a starting pitcher.
Popped up. Crawford says, I got this one. And he does. And we will head to the 12th. It remains 3-3. of summer. And this event is presented by Zigna. Come strut your stuff in a pregame parade and dog costume contest. Rangers, Giants, 105 starred by directly from the Giants at sfgiants.com. 3-3 ball game here in the 12th. And for the Giants, it'll be Crawford, Pence, and Darno. And then they're hoping very much that Duggar, McCutchen, and Belt will hit as well.
I mean, why should we expect anything different this ball game? Well, what we've seen in the first 2 games of this series, it has just been a grinder every inning. Defense has been good. A lot of gut check at bats.
Well, once the Dodgers added 2 insurance runs in the 7th to make it 3-0, it looked like, well, that may very well do it. But McCutchen's 3-run home run tied it in the 8th. So here's Brandon Crawford. He'd like to lead things off by getting on base. He's 1 for 4. And then Pence. And then Darno. And a check swing foul.
Oh, yeah, really have to force yourself to not do the lock and load, drop the back shoulder, try and lift and hit a home run type swing. Be patient, get the leadoff hitter on, base hit here, get him over. I mean, play an inning like it's the 3rd or 4th inning. The home run derby mode, I mean, that's great when it works, but
Crawford out of play, 0-2.
the most important guy in an inning like this is he's the leadoff guy.
Yeah.
If he can get on base, I mean, it tightens everybody up.
Crawford's 1 for 7 in his career against Baez. The one hit was a triple. Crawford flips one out to left, but it's right at Taylor. 1 out. Here's Pence.
The one thing about the Giants, and they've gone down a lot of innings where it's been 1, 2, 3. The Dodgers have not had 1, 2, 3 inning the entire night. And all that really means is that the Giants defensively, they've spent more time on the field than the Dodgers have tonight.
Pence is 4 for 10 against Baez with a home run. And tonight, no swing. Hunter Pence has a 3-hit night. One ball and no strikes. 2-0. Has to take a base runner any way they can. Darno to follow. Giants have Joe Panik left.
The 2-0 pitch. Location, the true neutralizer. picks it up. Not a whole lot you could do with that location.
Nope. Got him.
Well, he winds up getting down the count 2-0, and then he paints him with 3 perfect fastballs at the knee in the outside corner.
Those are perfect. You're right.
Second baseman number 2, Chase Darno.
Right in the corner of that strike zone at 97.
Here's Darno. Darno came in the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th and walked. He had a sacrifice bunt. Now here's his 3rd at bat. Right now, Baez is just dropping that 98 right on the outside corner at the knees.
He's put some high velocity paint on that strike zone.
It's about as good as you can throw, and about as good a location as you can have. Whipping a foul, so it's a little better pitch to swing at. Towards the middle of the plate, it's now 0-2.
Well, that was the one location mistake that Darno was looking for. That was T-ball location, but that 98. And Darno's got some pop in his bat.
Here he chokes up a little bit. Hit to center field, but it's right at Bellinger. And Baez with a nice 1-2-3 12. Grandal to lead things off. It's 3-3. Presented by Toyota. For a special tribute to Dwight Clark, it'll be letters from fans reflecting on the catch. It'll happen on Tuesday, August 21st at 8 p.m. on NBC Sports Bay Area. (3-3) here in the bottom of the 12th. Grandal takes a strike. Since Grandal has come in, he's had 3 at-bats against 3 different pitchers, and he's 0 for 3. Pulls this one on the ground. Foul.
Nice pick down there. Ball played. He's a player.
So 0-2. Line, right center field. That's trouble. Dodgers are going to have a runner in scoring position. And it's going to be Grandal with nobody out.
He went down and got the 0-2 curveball. Take a look at the location. That's right below the strike zone, not a hanger from Casey Kelly. So once again, Giants right back in the stretch. 6 times that the Dodgers have been able to put the lead off hitter out in 12 innings.
So here's Muncy. Muncy is 0 for 2. I don't know how many times in Muncy's career he's been asked to bunt. But here he takes a strike.
Well, with his power, I mean, even if he hits a fly ball to the wall, he could get the guy over. Have a productive out because of the strength. Robertson, he just doesn't bunt out very much. Not with his guys.
And a base hit, which is going to put runners at first and third as the ball goes all the way through, and the throw back to first, and Muncy just got back.
Well, George Lombard, the first base coach for the Dodgers, about blew out a lung. See, Muncy turns his head, and then there's d'Arnaud at first base. And that was close. So with runners at first and third, Bruce Bochy is going to come out and talk about this. I mean, a lot of ways to play this. You could load the bases, bring everybody in.
Well, here's the other thing too, Mike, is you would not class it, or you would not classify Casey Kelly as a strikeout guy.
Well, I mean, I think that he has that ability. I mean, he's pitching for it. Plus, remember, he's got a little bit of an edge on these guys. They don't really know him. What we saw in his outing against the Pirates was good corner command with the fastball. Then he finished guys off with that over-the-top curveball. It's an acute break. And he also has an outstanding changeup.
He had 3 strikeouts in those 5 innings.
Well, strikeout situation here, and what Bochy was telling him, I'm sure, is don't give anything to hit. Put those balls in the dirt. Pressure's on Posey right now. Do not let a ball get by you. So, fish ain't biting. Dozer taken. Dozer's going to sit. He's going to look for a mistake up. It's a fly ball situation for him.
There's a strike.
A few times we've seen a strike at the top of the strike zone.
It's not a strike.
Well, he'll take it.
1 ball and 1 strike.
So a little backdoor sinker, a little bit low. If you miss here, you don't care. You've got an open base. Well, you get one, you don't get the other. So I guess the count should be 2-1.
Into left center field. This is going to do it. Duggar will catch it, and that's the ball game. So coming in to score is Grandal, and the Giants, after coming back in the 8th inning on the home run by McCutchen, are going to think, well, we who came up just a little bit short, and they will be disappointed.
Well, they will be disappointed. The good news, they won the series. The bad news is that they had a chance to win this ball game, and it just did not work their way. So the Dodgers snapped their losing streak, and both teams go into an off day. Giants at 500. Now they head out to Cincinnati.
Giants are now 9-7 against the Dodgers this year, and they end up taking 2 out of 3. So here's the final. It's the Dodgers 4 and the Giants 3. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for Giants Postgame Live presented by Toyota, which starts right now.